Hello, my internet friends. Welcome back to Walking and Talking, the show where I walk and talk. It's always hard to start. I'm still having a hard time starting. There's some thoughts in my head about the I guess kind of like patheticness of this in some way. There's something pathetic about walking and talking. But while I say that and feel some truth to it, I also hold in the back of my mind the knowledge of the transitory nature of that reality, of that truth, of this being pathetic. And while it's true to the extent that it seems true right now, it most likely won't stay true forever. And if I can use previous episodes of Walking and Talking as a gauge for as evidence for the changing nature of experience, then I can kind of rest assured that at some point I'll have the opposite experience from patheticness. I'm going to be doing an activity that has practical application during some of the time while I walk and talk. But I'm going to try as best I can to continue talking while I do this, and for my talking not to become limited to this kind of direct material world practicality. And maybe for the talking not to even address what it is that I'm doing materially, that would be, good. I'm thinking about your experience and what kind of value I might be bringing to your experience while I do this. And I feel concerned about that. I also wonder if it might not be a good idea to move away from the sound of this chainsaw, as it's a sound that, it's like the archetypal sound that's like grating on your consciousness and agitating. It's like the archetypal agitating sound. It's a chainsaw. That and a jackhammer. If there was also a jackhammer going, it would be just like the picture of agitation. Whereas the chainsaw is maybe the rural archetypal agitating sound, and the jackhammer is the archetypal urban agitating sound. The chainsaw happens out in the woods and disturbs your peace, and the jackhammer happens on the streets in the city and disturbs your peace. I wonder what it is in particular about those sounds that make it harder to feel at ease. I mean, they're both sounds of machines that are very powerfully cutting through something, or breaking through something. And so maybe a sound like that, it's you sonically experience the like destruction of material, and that can, like, you know, from an evolutionary standpoint, there's reason for that sound to raise concern if it's in your vicinity. You know, a sound of a very you know, in the physical, immediate physical material sense, destructive power, but in the longer, you know, it's you know, generally in service, ideally, of something constructive, of but in the immediate sense, destructive. Now it's gone, and so it's just the now it's the sound of my own voice that that can be the main perturbance to my own experience, listening to my own voice. But I don't really feel that way. There's a moment there where I felt myself just begin to kind of hear my own voice, and a slight level of detachment started to occur there. It's it's really interesting that this seems to occur now in my life more and more exclusively while I'm doing walking and talking. It's like in most of my regular life, I just feel like I'm me and I'm here thinking, and I have this identity, and I have to do certain things, and I'm full of worries and problems and emotional distress. And then when I walk and talk, I just start becoming disidentified with all of that stuff. And it helps me here to keep the talking continuous. Because once I stop, then there's this danger of my thoughts running in my head unexamined, and then them starting to take over in a way that I become more identified with them. I don't know if I can ever escape fully, though. What is this identification? This having an identity. Eventually I will, I'll die, and then I won't have, there won't be any more possibility even of identifying as a self. So maybe in the present, while I am still alive, maybe I should find a way to appreciate the rare possibility of identifying as a self, of being a person, even though it's like full of problems all the time. Maybe not all the time. I'm still not very in it yet. I'm still not centered in talking yet. My attention is split between talking and doing this other thing that I'm doing, and then other unrelated thoughts. That I've chosen not to disclose. think once I start walking again, that will help. I'm cheating. I'm not doing what I said I would do. Now I am. Now I'm continuing to talk. And I'm on 2 feet. But I guess I should be taking more steps if I want this to really count as walking. Am I truly behaving in the spirit of walking and talking? Well, as I said that, I think I was. But before I said it, I had doubts. But saying it, I think, actualized the thing in question. Let's keep walking. Can you really watch this video? Do you want to watch this video? Isn't it a waste of your time? I really don't want to waste your time. But maybe what we're looking for here is a kind of understanding of what's going on here that is actually on a different level of thinking than this idea of time wasted or time well spent. It's hard for me to think of right now. It's really hard for me to think of what would constitute time well spent. To be honest, that pretty much anything I think of that I could be doing right now, any imagined way to spend time, seems as equally meaningless as this way of spending time. And so I just kind of continue doing this without any illusion that it is meaningful, but even as I say that, it's true that I do hold out for the possibility of having an experience that would either have meaning or at least not exactly feel meaningless per se, but more truthfully would again do away with this dichotomy of having meaning or not. It's like both and or neither. I kind of wonder how important the conceptual meaning of the things I say is when compared to just the overall emotional tone that gets transferred. I guess both have the potential to affect your experience. You know what I just thought about? I thought about how I kind of thought about some moment from some past episode of Walking and Talking where I was doing something that on the surface seemed funny or something, and then I felt retroactively embarrassed of that. And I guess just because when having a thought about doing that thing compared to my current emotional state felt untrue. Like I don't feel funny right now. But as I said that, like when I started to say I don't feel funny, that caused me to examine my experience a little bit closer, to question a little bit more acutely how it is that I do feel. And then I kind of realized I don't exactly feel not funny. I don't exactly not feel funny right now. But I don't feel fully funny. Like, even what I'm saying now and how I'm saying it, discussing this possibility of being funny or not, exists within it like a very slight sense of humorousness to it, and simultaneously just like a seriousness. And I could say that I find that fact humorous. Like I find my experience of that to be slightly humorous. And I also find it humorous to hear myself describe myself as feeling humorous in such a dry, almost emotionless tone. A just very matter-of-fact, declamatory tone. And I found that last sentence to be slightly humorous too, but it's like I didn't experience the humor emotionally, really. Like I didn't well, I didn't react emotionally to the humorousness, and that's what made it more humorous to me. Like this, like I feel funny to myself right now in a way that I can't imagine like another comedian saying something right now that would be funnier to me. But of course, you know, how could I? Because if I could imagine it, then it wouldn't. If I could imagine it myself, then it wouldn't be funny. You know what I'm saying? When something's funny that somebody else says, it's because it makes this like kind of surprising connection in your mind. But that wasn't very funny. But that last thing might have been a little bit, maybe a little bit. But I think if I try to be funny, then it won't be funny. It'll fail. But what happens if I try to be serious? It almost seems like if I try to be serious, it's going to be funny. Like, let me try to be serious now. Here I am being serious. Like, what I'm saying now, I'm making my most earnest and concerted effort for it to be 100% serious. There's no humor involved in this utterance whatsoever. Was that humorous? I'm not sure. I think that while I was saying it, I don't know if I fully believed in the seriousness, because I was kind of trying to see if I experienced any humor in that. I've been squatting this whole time. Squatting and talking. You should see what I see. Although, you can't actually see what I see because you can't see the camera. But that's what I was looking at, but with the camera sitting there on a big wooden stick. I'm still just thinking about whether this is funny or not. I think it might be. It's a little bit funny to me. Ow. But we better keep talking here, or we'll be wasting precious time. We'll be wasting our lives if we don't stay on task. We'll be wasting our lives if we don't achieve monumentous things. We'll be wasting our lives if we don't spend every moment achieving something. And so I should be talking absolutely continuously. Or else I'll be wasting my time and your time. This is still, there's still difficulty present for me. There's still not knowing what to say, and not knowing, and like a worry that I'm not achieving. And a worry that I'm wasting my life. That's still present here. When's it gonna go away? It'll go away once I achieve more, right? But really, it just keeps going. What if I succumb to mediocrity? And invisibility? What if tons of people aren't thinking about me all the time? What'll happen if I'm not receiving accolades and popularity and money and fame? What if I end up just living a regular life and then dying? What happens if I'm not admired by thousands of people? Or at least known? What happens if nobody else really ever knows me fully? And how do I know if I'm on the right track to achieving something? you know? If I do something that is a sanctioned and already recognized path towards achievement, then won't that be a kind of non-achievement because it's there's no difficulty involved in identifying what needs to be achieved? You know, there's a path already set out for achievement, and I do that. What kind of achievement is that? Where's the contribution? Don't I have to just achieve something by working wholeheartedly in a direction that goes contrary to all recognizable assessments of value? So that at some further point down the line, I can be recognized as having contributed some value. What is that bug? That bug looked like a miniature hummingbird. Can I be an achiever by intensely experiencing, having the experience of the painful experience of non-achievement? Is that what's happening now, or am I failing to do that by starting to rationalize now in what way the way that in which what I'm doing is achieving something? Am I like negating its achievement now by mentally reframing it as an achievement, and therefore not experiencing the existential suffering required? And also, you know, is existential suffering like a necessary component of achievement? I really think it is, to be honest. I think people are gonna tell me it's not, but I think they're almost like one and the same. Like, if you're not suffering, well, there's different definitions of suffering. Some might define suffering as experiencing pain in an unnecessary way, or in an unproductive way, differentiating that from pain which can be experienced in a productive or necessary way. But for me, I don't know. I experience a lot of suffering, and I don't know if it's productive or not. Certainly, I'm not in a position where, at the moment, where all of my suffering makes sense to me. I'm not in a position where I can see a reason or meaning behind all of my suffering. And there's this possibility that it could be due to a mistake on my part, a faulty way of thinking about things. But if I have a faulty way of thinking about things, why would there just be that mistake in reality? Surely everything has to belong in some way. And if it does belong, then it seems like it would follow that at some point I would understand the meaning of it, the purpose behind it. And by purpose I just mean that I would understand its belongingness in reality. And maybe once I understand its belongingness, then it ceases to be suffering. Sometimes I look out at other people and maybe I imagine that they've either figured something out or they just happen to be born in a way where it seems like they don't experience as much suffering as I do. I don't know if that's true. I don't really know. But like people who, like, at least on appearance, like just don't think about this type of stuff or something like that. They just don't worry about it, and then they don't create this problem for themselves. They just kind of go about their life doing, just doing life. And I don't see any evidence of suffering. But, sometimes maybe I don't know, I wonder, maybe those people are just like, maybe they're just incredibly stoic, or, yeah, I don't know, maybe they know something I don't understand. Where they're able to maintain some positivity like all the time. I see people who seem so much more positive than me, and then I'm like I don't feel like that corresponds to my experienced reality. There's another one of those bugs that looks like kind of looks like a tiny hummingbird. It's just hovering there. And then I like, maybe I try to rationalize it by wondering to myself, if somebody seems to like not suffer for life, if like life seems easy for them, is it because they're like either like not trying hard enough to do good in the world, or they're ignorant of the pain and suffering that exists in the world, or they're kind of like protecting themselves from suffering by either directly or indirectly, like kind of casting that suffering onto other people. Like if you're like in one way or another, like maintaining yourself very comfortable existence or something, but like in one way or another on the backs of others. I wonder about that sometimes. But then again, I wonder, like when I see somebody who does maintain a positive attitude all the time, it's like even that is like giving. Like to I don't know. Is it? I'm not sure. Like for me, if if I interact with somebody who's positive, what does that do for me? Does it cause me to feel less suffering? It's not necessarily the case like if there's somebody there's somebody who appears to be extremely positive when I feel not the same way, and I feel differently, and I interact with them, I might just feel a kind of disconnect and like a loneliness. Because it seems like that person and I don't seem to be sharing the same reality exactly. But then at the same time, I am drawn emotionally towards certain people that maintain like positive energy. I feel attracted to it sometimes. But maybe, I don't know. I don't know if that is like, even if there's that attraction, I don't know if that's genuinely contributing to my own happiness. Because like there might still be a kind of separation, a kind of distance between us. I think that truly the type of human interaction that contributes to my feeling of well-being is really one where I just feel like we have a shared sense of reality. I think that's definitely the case much more so than interacting with somebody who seems to display a positivity that seems in disaccord from my own experienced reality. And you just have to grant that person is experiencing a different reality, and hopefully you can. Hopefully, I can be fine with that. The thing with YouTube is, like, you have all these options of videos to choose to watch, and so you can choose to watch a video that best seems to correlate with your experience of reality. And then I kind of make all of these videos and make them public to just kind of see if there are any other people in the world that to just kind of probe and see if there is other people that share more or less my experience of reality, see what resonances there might be. Is that a blessing and a curse? It might be. It might be a curse in that maybe it might be a curse in that this time spent, both for me and for you, is in the absence of the immediate presence of another physical person. Which grants it some kind of loneliness that is never really fully solved in walking and talking. Like for me, of course, your presence here as a viewer does a tremendous deal towards preventing me from experiencing total loneliness while I'm doing this. And like I've said before, it really plays a huge part in creating this experience for me. Of, continuously communicating. And then on your end, like it might be reasonable to assume that if you're watching this video, like if it might be reasonable to assume that if you have the attention span to be able to watch this video, that you might experience loneliness sometimes, and maybe this video could be serving as a slight respite from your loneliness. But it's never as full an experience as interacting with a person one-on-one, or just like not necessarily one-on-one, but just like in real life. Whoa, I just found a morel. Holy shit. Check it out. Boing. The most elusive mushroom ever. Hell yeah. Now I'm not gonna be able to do anything but look for morels. Well, at least, I immediately now, like, I'm gonna have this search image of this thing in my eyes now. Where can I put this so it doesn't get destroyed? It's not even really big enough for a single bite, for an entire bite. Yeah, like I was saying, like, this video is never going to be as full an experience as interacting with another person, but still, it's like, it's also like interacting with other people can be just as disappointing. Just because, like, you may not share the same realities, and then if you do share the same realities, like, it might not last for a long, and then, like, the connection might not last for long, and then you feel like an equivalent amount of disconnect because of that. You might be, even if you initially find connection with another person, you may be disappointed by when you reach the limit to that connection. in some ways this might not be worse than like friendship, you know. This might be between you and I some weird form of friendship. It's like I don't really demand anything of you, and I just kind of make myself, well, I make myself available in the sense of like this this monologue you can access at any time, and I remain like you know, cognizant of your presence, but you know, I don't really like know you as a person at all, and that's like you know, it doesn't give you any of that comfort of being known as a person. But and at the same time, like, I'm not relating to you in a way where you get to exactly know me as a person, you know. Like, I'm not really like talking about myself per se, or revealing that much about myself exactly, or at least I'm not really trying to, but I'm trying more to focus on the deep qualities of my experience, my just experience of living, and really my experience of making this video, and my experience of relating to you in this way, focusing on the deeper qualities of this experience, that I hope are deep enough that they are somewhat universal and might resonate with the deeper aspects of your experience. That's why I'm kind of trying to like cut deeper, like through like personality. So it's like I recognize that this video probably won't alleviate loneliness in the sense that you will, you know, feel known and connected with as a person, but it may it may help you connect with a kind of realm of your experience that transcends your personhood and transcends your loneliness, at least temporarily. I can't help but keep looking for morels now. You know, I just saw that one completely on accident, just sitting in one spot for a long time without even looking for it. But now I assume if I'm looking for them that I probably won't find any. So far, I have mostly been inhabiting a slightly low energetic and emotional level, and the nature of most of the thoughts that I have been speaking have dealt with kind of low-level, unpleasant emotions like loneliness and disconnection, feelings of lack, and also, you know, talking about the anxiety of achievement, and I recognize that there may be some value to talking about those things, especially if, wow, it's amazing that like half of my brain now is just occupied with scanning the ground for morels. Especially with the high likelihood that some people watching this video may also be experiencing similar things or experience those things at times. And so there's this opportunity now, if I am feeling those emotions, to kind of see what other experiences might be possible for me in this moment. Look at that critter. Is that a critter, or is that just the skin of a critter? You know, there's this question of do you allow yourself to like sit with those emotions and thoughts and just experience them without trying immediately to like get rid of them. Or do you do things to alter your own mood and alter your own thought patterns into ones that are more positive? I think that the way I've been talking so far is not negative, but it's possibly could be considered even a productive examination of my inner experience and experiences that are probably not uncommon to most people. When you experience unpleasantness, unpleasant emotions, unpleasant thoughts, unpleasant physiological experiences, then the question is, what's the best thing to do? Is it to, like I said before, try to immediately alter your experience? Or is it to kind of like, in some way, try and like befriend that experience and examine it until in some way it becomes something else, or you allow yourself to experience it fully and for long enough that you can finally understand its belongingness, and then at that point you discover, at that point it ceases to be an unpleasant thing, but it becomes a meaningful part of your reality. Because I tend to think that when we immediately try to get away from any unpleasant experience by using some method to immediately alleviate the unpleasantness, that often leads to an unstable state, or it just kind of shifts the unpleasantness it just kind of puts it off till later, and maybe the unpleasantness comes back either in the same form or a different form. Like you feel tired, so you drink coffee, and then you don't feel tired after you drink the coffee, but you might feel like jittery or anxious, and maybe you just feel much more tired like later when the coffee wears off. And then you're more dependent on coffee. And then if you don't have the coffee, then you just feel even more tired. And then you have this extra burden of having to always have coffee around in order to feel the same baseline level of energy. I'm sure some people would disagree. This is another episode, perhaps similar to the last episode, where I recognize that one of its functions may be a type of physiological and emotional and mental recalibration. As in, it's functioning for me as a framework that will encourage me to persist in being present with my experience without the use of any kind of stimulating input or ameliorative input in order that would serve to avoid any unpleasantness. So to put that more simply, that this is an experience for me that kind of forces me to deal with myself without having any outside input to make it easier. There's no physiological stimulant like any kind of stimulating food, and there's no informational input like maybe some like internet article that would make me feel better about myself. So this is like just a question of experiencing 4 hours of certainly witnessing all my thoughts a little more clearly than I might if I weren't talking to you. And so maybe by this process, it'll aid me in becoming recalibrated towards being able to maintain an energetic and emotional equilibrium without any outside help, without being like dependent on anything outside or anyone outside. Although like there's still you to some extent, but you're removed a little bit. But it is, but I mean, I do get some emotional feedback, or like, you know, some positive feedback in the form of some of the positive comments that I read sometimes. So maybe truer to form would be to not read the comments at all. But you know, along with the positive comments, there's plenty of negative ones to balance them out. They don't really bother me. The negative comments don't bother me really. I guess that's a positive outlook. You know, the positive comments that I read do inspire me, but the negative comments that I read don't bother me or hinder me. But really, the comments that that make me feel the best are just the ones that express, you know, a slightly more nuanced thought that seems to resonate with one of my own, or just a comment that seems to express that the commenter is sharing my reality to some extent, or shares my view to some extent. And so maybe, you know, maybe that is an emotional crutch that would be, if I were more disciplined, I wouldn't indulge in. But maybe it's fine, because in some way, hello. In some way it might contribute to a positive feedback loop, in which if somebody is emotionally supportive of me, then it contributes to my ability to I don't know, display some kind of emotional / mental strength in these videos. I'm not really sure though, because even disparaging comments, I still, it doesn't dissuade me whatsoever. Even the disparaging comments may, in fact, strengthen my resolve. But truthfully, it is pretty independent of response. like this activity is certainly and intentionally one of communication and accessible to, you know, I think of it as an accessible communication, provided that you speak English language, which I recognize is a severe limitation. On the audience. So while it is an intentional act of communication, it's still pretty autonomous from response. And in some ways, I don't know, maybe it's narcissistic, but in some ways it feels to me like in this mode of communication I'm able to communicate more honestly. Maybe because of the slight remove from the immediate social interaction with a person, in which maybe in an immediate social interaction with a person I'm too afraid to be in conflict or to contradict, or too afraid to upset a person. Maybe I am in some ways in social interaction afraid of upset or conflict. And so if that's the case, then maybe this mode of communication is like my way to express myself honestly, in a way that may be upsetting to people, annoying, probably certainly frowned upon and ridiculed by some people. But maybe the internet is a level of mediation that makes that more tolerable for me. But also in this medium, it's like it doesn't it's not demanding any space. It's not demanding any of the like attentional space, really. It's just making this available. In a world where there are like nearly infinite other options available at your fingertips. which isn't exactly the case if I'm engaged in IRL conversation with someone. I may be reluctant to, take up their mental space. And I'm certainly very reluctant to negate anyone's point of view. I had the thought now of, observing my, I guess kind of medium low energy level here, my slightly slow rate of talking. I had the thought of, I wonder if I should try and put in some effort into speaking faster and elevating my energy state. And maybe I will put in a little bit of effort towards that and just see what it feels like. I'm trying now, and I can feel the element of effort occurring, because I still want to be thinking clearly. So I'm wondering if I can think both clearly and quickly. And I wonder also what it would be like if I start walking faster, because I've been doing a lot of very slow walking and squatting and sitting. And this might be part of this recalibration process that I mentioned a little bit ago, but I wonder if really I need to experience the discomfort of putting in extra effort to think and talk faster with a higher energy level, even when it doesn't feel very natural. Maybe that will actually aid and hasten this recalibration process and contribute to me being able to maintain a higher energy level in the long term. Let's try it out. What I'll do is I'll walk on the trail so that I can actually walk faster without having to think about where I'm stepping as much. I won't have to think about avoiding poison ivy, and I won't have to think about avoiding stepping on plants. So here I am on a trail, walking significantly faster than I have been in this video, and I can immediately feel a change in the quality of my experience. Just this feeling, there's just an increased feeling of speed, of things moving along, that feels refreshing actually. If relative kind of low level stasis or something, while thinking about things like loneliness and lack of connection, and framing this experience of what I'm doing in terms of being kind of a stand-in for something else seems to be what I was doing. And now it's like, I'm not sure exactly if I'm thinking like as perfectly clearly as I could be, and I'm not even sure exactly what that means. But in some ways, walking faster now, like I feel a little bit more fully in my body or something like that than before. Like more fully connected to this bodily experience. And by feeling more connected to the bodily experience, it's kind of like I can feel more connected to reality as a whole. It's as if I can like connect to reality through my body, but you know, I have to like feel like I'm fully inhabiting my body in order for that to happen first. And I'm thinking about now, like, what if I even start running a little bit? You know, it feels a little bit unnatural at the moment. Like there's still some soreness in some of my muscles owing to previous activities. But while I'm doing this, I guess doing this like kind of takes away some of the, well, now I'm off that trail and now I'm just in a parking lot, which isn't very pleasant to me. But appears to be an indicator for a trail, maybe. Like at least now while I'm running, I'm not even, running very fast yet. It's as if I'm just not thinking so much about loneliness or disconnect or anything like that. But at the same time, I can still notice my thoughts to some extent, even while I run here, and I still feel pretty cognizant of you. And I wonder how this sensory information for you impacts your experience. I mean, you're still just getting sensory input from your screen and the speakers. That is a visual and sonic representation of me running and talking. But I have this suspicion that maybe that information entering your sensory organisms may stimulate, a sympathetic response where you might Although I'm guessing you're probably sitting somewhere. You might start to become a little bit more aware of your body, and maybe you start to think about running yourself. Or at least start to think about moving your body. Like maybe you could even, maybe if you wanted, you could even like run in place or something, or either run in place while continuing to watch, or just listen to this, or like find a way where you can, I don't know, maybe you have some device that can, maybe you have a smartphone that's able to stream this video, and you could put on your headphones and run outside. I don't know, this is by no means any kind of injunction to do this. But you know, it's a possibility to think about. Now I'll turn the camera around and then like simulate my point of view running up this hill. Like, why am I running? It's just like, you know, it's just like running from the pain of existence. That's all it is. Or actually, it's like, it's just experiencing the pain of existence in a different way. Of like, I don't know, is it even pain? I'm not sure now. Maybe I've gotten myself too exhausted to realize, or too exhausted to understand what pain is. Or you know, too tired to think about it. But yeah, I wouldn't say that I'm suffering right now. I'm just breathing a little harder, and my heart is beating a little faster. And I'm really thirsty. But certainly part of myself is wants more of that. Wants to experience my body, you know, continue experiencing my body more fully through this means of running. And, you know, running on this trail in the woods, it's like also my visual senses engaged because I have to watch where I step. And at the same time, I'm talking to you. Which seems like it might be kind of ordinarily two kind of separated activities, you know, running through the woods and then talking to a geographically and temporally removed listener. But it's not really, they're not really separate. They're both, you know, they're both parts of this experience. Didn't need to say that. That was a useless thing to say. Of course they're parts of this experience. I feel maybe also a little bit less careful about what I say now. which feels kind of a little like a slight relief. I'm really thirsty, and I'm about to like drink all of my water, but I still want to run some more. Oh, here I am, back out on the road. What is it, you know, what would be the state for me to experience that would like be totally free of suffering? I don't know what it is. Like, maybe if I run fast enough and long enough, but am I experiencing suffering? It creeps in here. It creeps in here and there. It creeps in. The suffering of like, what am I saying? What am I gonna say next? Is this achieving anything? Is this good? Is this a waste of time? Like, you know, just running, it's like just expending calories in the service of what? In the service of who? You know, just running, just so that I can like experience being in my body in a way that's like slightly less alienated. But you know, here I am just running for only that reason. And it's like, why do I have to do that? What's up with this, you know? What's up with this experience of modernity where, you know, I have to compartmentalize my exercise just to feel all right? I mean, this is a big complaint of modernity. This alienation from our bodies and the compartmentalization of our lives. And so I'm registering that complaint here. And it doesn't mean I'm rejecting modernity. On the contrary, I'm incredibly grateful for very many aspects of modernity. Not in the least the possibility for this type of communication, but you know, there's the possibility for this type of communication, but also somehow the necessity of it. As weird as this video is, you know, what's equally weird is the necessity of this video. Oh, don't tell me I've come to the end of the trail. Damn it. Now I'm just on this road, and the options seem to be go on the road or backtrack. Probably backtrack. Who wants to be out here? I'm still suffering. There's still there's still all this anxiety. Where's the meaning? Where's the meaning and where's the satisfaction? Come on. Can't I just have can't I just have like some little bit of like satisfaction in life? But I guess for satisfaction, I guess I have to wait. I guess that's what you just do. You wait. And I guess you have to work towards it. But what is work other than just the absence of satisfaction? Isn't that all it is? Like in the real like internal experience, is the lack of satisfaction? Isn't that why you wouldn't go to work if you weren't getting paid? I might still do this if I wasn't getting paid. I'm not getting paid. Well, a little bit. A little bit. Where's my satisfaction though? I'm just gonna, I have some kind of confidence it'll come later, but still, I hold out. I was gonna say I hold out hope that I'll experience satisfaction in the future, and it's true. But at the same time, from this perspective, I'm recognizing the emptiness and the fleetingness of any form of satisfaction. As soon as that satisfaction comes, before I know it, it'll be gone again, and I'll be back in the existential experience of work. That is the absence of satisfaction, of yearning and wanting fulfillment of a whole host of desires. Why does this have to exist? Why does this state of desire have to exist? Why does this state of being have to exist? Why does this, and it's like inherent in being, and why does it have to, or is it, or is it? Can I just be without lacking? Is this lacking illusory somehow? Am I creating it now mentally? Is it just this train of thought that is mentally creating the illusion of lack and want and desire? Is it because I'm lazy and I'm not running fast enough? Oh crap, now I'm coming back out to the road. Can't there just be a trail that doesn't take me immediately to the road? Alright, continue. Where the hell am I? That's where I was. I feel like I generally came from that direction somehow. How the fuck did I end up doing this? How did I end up the guy who makes 4-hour long YouTube videos of walking and talking? Like, what the fuck, Do you ever have this experience in your life of like what the fuck, like how did I end up being this person? I'm not complaining exactly. I don't know, it was a complaint, but you know, I have to recognize that I could be a lot worse off. Whatever that means, you know. Maybe I shouldn't sigh, you know. Maybe that's an indulgent expression of my dissatisfaction that is sinful, a sinful reaction to my experience that only serves to soften it for myself while spreading the negativity to others. But another part of me recognizes that this sigh expresses you know, a certain kind of exasperation with existence that you could potentially resonate and connect with. If I'm experiencing this kind of exasperation, then it's not impossible that you might also sometimes have this experience and be able to relate. And why not relate to each other here? Because relating to each other seems to maybe provide some form of satisfaction. I'm not running now. I'll at least keep up the pace of walking. The running got a nice little bit of phlegm up in my throat that I was able to spit out. It always feels good to remove something from your body. Or add something to your body, like food. I'm slacking off. I'm not talking. It's okay. It's okay if I continue talking in an exasperated tone. I'm at least telling myself, you know, I am feeling this exasperation and just like, you know, like what the fuck? Just in regards to life as a whole, you know, just in more general terms, like existence, like why the fuck do I exist? What, you know, what is the fucking point of this existence where it feels as if I'm constantly unsatisfied? I'm experiencing this and expressing it, and secretly, maybe not secretly, there may exist some other part of myself, some other thing that is becoming slightly more aware now, that is aware of the exasperation and is like observing it from a perspective that's not the exasperation itself. So maybe there's some modicum of hope that there's something else. But you know, even as I started to say that, I actually started to like not even want the alternative. Like I felt myself experience actually like some attachment to the exasperation. Like I felt you know, like I didn't want the exasperation to die away, because I don't know, somehow it felt at least real or something like that. And that like and then like the idea of like true satisfaction almost seemed like a threat. It almost seemed like it would be death. And in a way it kind of is, you know. Ultimate satisfaction would equal death. And life just is a state of yearning and lack that propels us forward through these you know, unending series of incomplete satisfactions. But there has to be some kind of enjoyment. There has to be some kind of like real experience of meaning and belongingness. Where is it, you know? Is that as if is it as if like the only enjoyment in life is like, it's kind of like going to sleep and like just like temporarily numbing ourselves to this constant state of lack and desire? This constant state of unsatisfactoriness? It's like running and walking and just standing and sitting. Those are all just different expressions of life that seem to like correlate with different approaches to dealing with this state of unsatisfactoriness. You can be, constantly running from it, running forward, running away from it. Or you can be just you can be standing still and just like standing in it and experiencing it, or sitting and really experiencing it. Or you can be, or maybe walking is like the neutral between that, where you're moving forward through it, but you're not exactly like hurriedly running away from it. And that's not to privilege walking over any of those other things. They're all fine. They're all appropriate responses to life. I think I'm kind of scowling a little bit. Standing and scowling. This is my present response to life. Standing and scowling. Can I just allow myself to continue being unsatisfied? Is that acceptable? Of course it's not acceptable. Unsatisfactoriness is, by definition, unacceptable. It's unsatisfactory. Like on your report card. Do they still have report cards? Is that still a thing? Standing doesn't really feel good. Walking feels reasonably appropriate. Although I have to keep paying attention because this trail has, thorns. It's just a generalized state of unsatisfactoriness, and I can witness myself attributing it to various objects, maybe my environment, factors of my life. I'm in the middle of nature, isn't this supposed to be pacifying? I don't feel pacified. Where's my tranquility? Is there secretly a some kind of tranquility and passive and satisfaction lurking behind this presentation of um, agitation and exasperation? If it is, I wish it would take over. I remember in the past, in past episodes of Walking and Talking, and I can remember these thoughts with some certainty because I vocalized to them. When you vocalize the thought, it seems to be more certain that you actually thought it than if you don't vocalize it. I remember saying how I did feel directed by a higher, like a higher, I don't know, maybe a higher moral direction. Than is typically at play in my day-to-day life, and that this higher moral direction can lead me to do things that would otherwise not seem to make any sense, but that but that I did feel, the reality of this higher moral direction. Or like higher state of consciousness that it's maybe not exactly accurate to describe it as moral, or if it is, it's a type of morality that is a little bit foreign. Well, not a little bit, but like, very foreign from the typical, from the more conventional forms of morality. So maybe I've had that experience in the past. Seems like that experience was real if I vocalized that, unless I was being a little bit untruthful, or if I was just self-aggrandizing. Is that experience here now? I'm not sure, I'm not sure. I feel like I don't know what ground I'm standing on. And, you know, continually increase constant feelings of doubt about everything that I'm doing. About this about this moment in particular, about what I'm saying in particular, and then expanded to this whole activity, and then expanded to, you know, my whole life as a person. But also, you know, I can't truthfully like cling to that doubt, because, you know, the idea that I might be like 100% flawed as a person, like just like a person who should not exist wholly, that seems like rather implausible, wouldn't you say? Like would I ever think that about another person? Like another person is just like entirely like doesn't have the right to exist, or like you know, should not exist, or like to say that another person, like, you know, just doesn't belong in reality. I can't imagine myself saying that about somebody else. So it's probably not actually true about myself. And maybe this is even a little bit extreme, a notion to entertain about myself, you know? Maybe these doubts are a little bit, maybe they're a little bit extreme. Maybe I'm being a little bit dramatic. I'm probably being a little bit dramatic here. I'm sure I'm being a little bit dramatic. When, you know, like the real reality is like something that's just like is so much less dramatic, that it's just like I'm just like here doing this, and like that's it. And it's like, it's not like something that's like, there's not this huge drama in it. It's like, it's certainly not something that's like, this is not like some kind of heroic feat. And at the same time, it's not something that's like a complete, like, glaring mistake and atrocity, you know? It's like, it's just nothing extreme like that. And maybe for me to like indulge in that kind of, those kind of like dramatic ideas, like either A, that this is like some kind of monumental achievement, or B, that this is like a monumental failure. Maybe indulging in either of those is just like a way for me to kind of like just escape the much more dull reality of like that this just kind of is, and I just kind of am, and I'm just kind of like, you know, going through life, and like that's it. And you know, it's like neither is there a grand meaning to everything, and a grand meaning to like what I'm doing, and neither is there some like nor is there some great like vacuum of meaning. There's no like dramatic lack of meaning either. And like in some ways like even that's like a little bit disappointing to realize. That there's just like that yeah, that in some ways things are just like they're just not as dramatic as we make them out to be. But you know, maybe we can just like appreciate our ability to manufacture drama sometimes, you know, to just like add some variety to life, or to delude ourselves a little bit, because why not? So maybe the task, I don't know. Maybe we can just like abide in this life without any illusions of its drama. But then, like, you know, what's the reason of continuing to talk? It's like at the same time as I mean, like, while simultaneously, it's been pretty apparent that walking and talking is like some kind of, it is a demonstration of like the kind of emptiness of thought or something like that. At the same time, like now I'm thinking that like thought is also not like dramatically empty. It's like, it's not like I'm revealing some profound but hidden truth that all thought is meaningless. It's not really, it's like it's not anything that dramatic either. And you know, in this episode, it's interesting that like so far, like, we haven't experienced any big reversals, which is something I was talking a lot about in the last episode, where, you know, so many times I notice that I'm having one type of experience towards the beginning of the video, and then I'll find myself having the opposite type of experience towards the end of the video, and like that's become such a noticeable pattern that I like begin to expect it even, and then I wonder if like that expectation is in some way like creating it or leading towards it more. And I wonder now if that's not starting to become a contrivance, or like a type of assumption now, an assumption that whatever I think and feel at the beginning of the video, I'll think and feel the opposite towards the end of the video. In this video, that hasn't happened yet. Sure, there's still time, but also I want to be very conscious now of like questioning that framing of reality. You know, I'm not going to assume that to be a static truth, of course. I'm not going to assume the static truth of non-duality and reversal, you know? Like however fucked up that sounds. Like to not assume the static truth of there not being static truth, and like that's a paradox. Like to allow for the possibility that like the kind of woo, oh my god, it's a dead garter snake with its head missing. Maybe I'll spare you the sight. I love snakes though. I was disappointed that it's dead. Yeah, like I guess my thinking now is that I'm holding out for the possibility that the sort of like the slightly like sad thoughts that I had towards the beginning of the video, and then like even the more like exasperated feelings I had towards the middle, like not hold on to this promise that I'm going to experience the opposite truth of that, but allow for the possibility that maybe those things are actually kind of true, but just like they're not like true in a dramatic way, you know? They're not like true in some like huge surprising way, you know? Maybe they're just like very ordinary things about life and about reality, and that accepting that, like that I can abide in that ordinariness. Like remember that part where I was running and and talking kind of dramatically about, you know, expressing my exasperation about this constant state of unsatisfactoriness. You know, I wonder if, like, just like emotionally, like physiologically, that functioned as like some very mild form of catharsis, and then afterwards, after you have that catharsis, it's like you then have to like let go of that catharsis and then just like really like accept the kind of like non-dramatic like dullness and ordinariness of reality. Like the catharsis like transforms your experience to some extent, but you have to let it function fully by not clinging on to the catharsis itself, and just like, yeah, you let go of grand narratives, you know, of let go of dramatic narratives. But it doesn't mean that I can't still run sometimes when I get bored of walking. Where's the rest of the ramps? I remember this spot. I've been in this spot before, I think. I remember there being a ton of ramps here. I mean, there are a ton, but I mean like a ton. These guys. There they are. This is a pretty good patch. I wish I could have an experience of catharsis while picking ramps. But it seems like not aerobic enough of an activity for that. You gotta be dynamic in your acceptance of different modes of being. You gotta accept drama when you experience drama, and then you gotta accept dullness and ordinariness when you experience dullness and ordinariness. And boredom and well, I don't know, maybe boredom is more like a response to experience, maybe. I think so. I think like boredom to me feels, that word seems a little bit abstract. Like that's like boredom almost feels like a story. It almost feels like a narrative that I could tell myself about an experience that isn't that necessary. Boredom is more like a generalization that seems to imply that I experienced the pain of being while doing one activity for a long time. And when I say it that way, that feels more accurate and less judgmental. Maybe if I pick these ramps fast enough that I'll experience catharsis. But there's a limit to how fast. But at least if I pick them fast enough, I'll be engaging my capacities in a more full manner, and be like running away from the pain of existence by fully engaging my capacities. Is that true? I don't know. That just means like working hard. Does working hard help you avoid suffering? I don't know. It seems like it implies that you suffer while you work hard. I think that's true. And then you get the enjoyment of the fruits of your labor, and so maybe then you're not suffering for a while. Maybe. But then if you do too much enjoyment, then the suffering is going to creep back in because you won't be working hard. I don't know. Maybe it all fucking balances out. Does it all balance out? If you did absolutely, nothing, then you just die. If you don't even like eat. And then you stop existing. You stop existing as a person. Can you still hear me? Good. I know, it's stupid. I know, look, I'm picking the ramps. It's stupid. I'm showing you a spectacle. I'm mediating your experience. I'm directing you. I'm stimulating your wants and desires towards other possible experiences. I'm like prompting you to wonder if you shouldn't be out in the woods foraging. It's stupid. But at least I'm not going to give you any goddamn illusions that this is going to make you any happier. Nothing's going to make you happier. I don't know. That might not be true. Temporarily speaking. Temporarily speaking, we can I don't know. All I'm saying is that like you've got your suffering and I've got my suffering and everybody else has their suffering, and it's all kind of just like part of the same thing, and it's all just like manifesting in various shapes and forms. even if somebody appears actualized. Am I actualized? I don't know. How do you know if you're actualized? If you're sitting around thinking, "Oh, I'm so actualized," then maybe you're not actually actualized. Maybe when you're constantly experiencing, when you're constantly running from and running with and standing in and sitting in the pain of existence, maybe that's when you're actually actualized. Maybe everybody's always actually actualized. There was a bigger patch around here somewhere, I seem to remember. I don't know if you can still, I don't know if I'm still in the frame. But I'm coming back. Don't worry. I'm not going to abandon you. I guess this does feel generative. I feel like I'm saying things that I haven't really thought before. Like at this present moment, I guess I'm noticing that I don't feel like a fake. I don't feel like a phony. But we'll see how long that lasts. I'm enjoying this yelling. It feels good to yell. It's because I'm at a distance from the camera that I'm yelling so you can hear me. And if I were closer to the camera, I wouldn't yell because I would be too blasting your ears. But it just feels refreshing to talk at this loud volume. You know, a little variety. And to be like over in the side of the frame. I don't know if I'm still in the frame, probably because of that fisheye will capture me. But now I'm just standing like a little bit farther away from the camera and in the side of it instead of the middle and all up in your face, and it's fun. It's fun to be over here on the side of the video and shouting. There's elements of humor here. I'm experiencing it. But if the more I give into that acknowledgement, maybe I don't experience it as fully. But that's fine. Let go of humor. It's funny that I'm in the side of the video, and it's stupid. As soon as you find that it's funny, then you're also going to realize how stupid this is. And then, I don't know. I guess things being funny and stupid are not mutually exclusive. In fact, there's a lot of overlap there. What if I talked like this in normal interactions? Would I be the life of the party? What if I just like steamrolled over everybody in conversation? I'd probably be a lot more popular. You know, I feel kind of relatively uninhibited, a lot less inhibited than I feel in talking to people directly, that's for sure. Can this inform the rest of my communication? Can I just be bold about being stupid? It's just I know that anything I say is stupid. Well, as in like I have the subjective experience of stupidity if I say something. Of partiality of truth, the incompleteness of truth, the unsatisfactoriness of things said, the incompleteness of communication. You can never fully express the complexity of your inner thoughts. And it's probably good, because how could anyone even comprehend something that complex when they've got just as complex an experience going on in their own subjectivity? Have a nice day. I should have saved that for the end. I should have saved that for the end. Do a little squat on the thorns. Do a little squat on the thorns and eat a ramp. I know. I know. I know. I know. I'm indulging in like allowing myself to be light. Not in my delivery. deadpan delivery, whimsical content, tiresome self-reflexivity, absence of action, lack of focus, lack of skill, lack of talent, lack of entertainment, lack of utility, lack of reassurance, lack of personality and charisma, no forethought, no thoughtfulness, unstructuredness, overly self-critical, lack of discipline, moralizing, lack of warmth, harshness and negativity, just difficult. Lack of expertise, lack of responsibility, lack of direction, overly harsh self-criticism. Lack of energy. Oh, maybe not so much. I'm stopping to see if I'm still suffering. What if if I'm not thinking about suffering, am I still suffering? I don't know, probably in some way. I'm just like wondering to what extent should I feel sad for all the suffering that is in the world? I mean, there's obviously so much that I couldn't, like, I definitely couldn't, it wouldn't be possible to empathize with all of it fully. Is it? Would it? But then doesn't that mean then I would just be suffering myself even more if I'm only just empathizing with suffering, and then there'd be more suffering? My suffering would be added to it. God, why can't I just let go of these questions? Why can't I just not have these questions? Why can't they just disappear? Why can't I just exist right now and feel okay? I must be hanging on to something. I must be hanging on to something. I must be hanging on to some unfulfilled desire. Like some kind of pain doesn't want to die. We're 3 hours in, and this is our state. There's less than an hour left. What is going to happen? There's less than an hour left, and there's this, I can't help but experience this irresolution. I feel an enormous pressure for something to resolve before it's over. Otherwise, it would be a serious cliffhanger. I guess maybe that'd be all right. You know, the like emotional arc could extend over more than one episode, maybe. Now, where did I come from? I think I'm going in the right direction. And if I think about the emotional arc extending longer than the course of one video, it seems like I could extrapolate that to my life as well. Wow, what if even the existential topography of existence even extends beyond my lifetime? Gotta entertain that possibility. Where am I going? Meaning, like, what if this state of unsatisfactoriness persists even to the end of my life? Seems like it will, right? Except for temporary moments of relative contentment. But is there an ultimate contentment when you die, or do you get reincarnated, or does just like you continue to exist in reality in some form or another that has some continuity with your life? But in these episodes, I almost always experience some kind of relief. Some kind of some kind of sense making, some kind of emotional turnaround, some kind of contentment. But I can't see it from where I'm at. I'm not sure where I'm going. Neither geographically, nor mentally, nor emotionally, nor physiologically, nor spiritually. I feel like I'm on the wrong track, the wrong trail, geographically speaking, at least. And I'm not even going to be able to, I won't even be able to do this for my whole life. Probably not. If I live long enough, my body will deteriorate to the point where I either can't walk or can't talk or can't really think so well as I can now. And, you know, even now, is this satisfactory? Like, if I'm ever to get any kind of resolution of, you know, understanding reality, like, don't have to do it soon before my faculties decline. I think I'm on the wrong path here. Oh, maybe not. Maybe I've been here before. Maybe have I been here before, spiritually speaking, lost? Yeah, I think so. I think I've experienced this before. I guess if I've experienced it before, then it's a little bit less unfamiliar, slightly more familiar. And so maybe in that sense, if I'm familiar with being lost, then I'm not completely lost in a grander scheme of things. This is my response to reality, though. I'll tell you that. I don't do this having not experienced reality. I do this having experienced lots of reality. I could run more, or I could put more effort into focusing my thoughts. That might be something to do. Like, I guess I'm trying to do it now. I'm devoting some of my attentional resources away now from my external environment by just kind of keeping my gaze just a few feet ahead of me where I'm walking, so that I can just only use my sight enough to keep me from tripping as I walk down this path. And then try to ignore interesting things that might appear in my peripheral vision, and start to observe my speaking a little bit more closely and acutely. As I said that, like, kind of some remembrance popped up, some familiarity with this mode of speaking occurred. This familiarity with this mode of paying attention to my speaking. And it also feels both familiar, and along with that, a slight discomfort of recognizing a pattern, or recognizing something that I'm doing that I've done before. At the same time, on another level, it feels refreshing and new, in that it contrasts with my mode of observation and talking during the rest of this video. But along with that familiarity, since it's merely a familiarity with a mode of attention paying, I'm also familiar with that this repeated activity is one that has a potential to lead towards a state of awareness that perceives time differently, in such a way that it's no longer perceived as something repeating, but has the potential to tap into a more like time-free mode of awareness. And along with observing my speech a little bit more closely, I'm like kind of observing my body a little bit more subtly as well, especially in between speaking. But along with observing my body more subtly, now I notice that I can also observe the sensory input more subtly. And like when I hear things, I can experience them as more acutely as hearing, and less with this reference of the self in here and then the outside world which I'm hearing. It's more experiencing the phenomenon of hearing, detached from the self-other separation. And I shouldn't say really detached, but it's more attached. It's like experiencing the phenomenon of hearing as really the connection between self and other, but experiencing it so fully that it connects the self and other fully. Like the experience of self and other can merge through the very close observation of hearing, and that can also happen through the very direct observation of the other senses as well, and maybe even the observation of all senses very directly simultaneously, if you can manage it. But it can be helpful to practice on just one for a period. And while I'm doing these notions that I can still remember my speaking in the past, this notion of being lost starts to disappear, as like kind of like it's almost as if my locality in reference to the world is blurred, if that makes any sense. It probably doesn't. But it's almost just to say that like I'm here and the world is here and reality is here. And I'm noticing, as you might as well, a calming, at least, of this unsatisfactoriness. And a quelling of the exasperation. I still notice some thoughts referring to the future, and some thoughts relating to practicalities. But they seem kind of like safely embedded in a background. Of being both connected with this reality and at home in it. And as I said that, then I felt the physiological experience of like a tension of like some kind of sensation in my heart area and my throat area. And I've definitely talked about this in the past. It's just like, and I'm like increasingly noticing some kind of sensitivity going on in this heart area, and also in the throat area. And it's a feeling like that. I know that if this feeling increased a whole lot, it would be the feeling of crying, but like more of a crying of joy. But then I think about that makes me think about if the same physiological response can occur with things that we refer to as joy and also sorrow. If those two emotions that seem opposed on the surface are not linked together as part of something that's a little bit more ambiguous in a physiological sense. And now when I experience myself breathing, it feels calming. This like I feel able to fully experience existing here as like, you know, a life, an experiencer. And I don't feel exasperated at existence, and I don't feel...
The creek's that way?
There is a creek that I came from that way, although I went around some various twists and turns, so I'm not totally sure.
Have you seen the blue?
I don't know if I've seen the blue trail. This is the white one, and I saw the yellow one up there.
You saw the yellow one up there. Okay,
yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hi.
Hello. I wish I could remember whether I'd seen the blue trail. There was that, I had that very brief interaction with another person, and after that, I noticed myself smiling a little bit. I don't know if that was visible, but like, at least internally, experienced, some kind of smile. I think I could have been more helpful. I really could have been more helpful if I had just described a little bit the general path that I came from. But I guess I was, preoccupied with talking to you, and just in this mode. Felt, just kind of like either too stuck in or too committed to this mode of just talking to you. And maybe that's my issue with warmth. Like maybe that was like a missed opportunity to be more warm and helpful. But oh well. Maybe I could run back right now and help, but maybe that's like too weird. But they'll probably find it. And then even if they don't find it, then they'll have to do some existential work of learning to accept reality, and then that'll benefit them in the long run. Know what I'm saying? She seemed to be wearing a shirt that seemed to indicate some kind of either Buddhist or Eastern religious organization. So I'll just like be confident that that she knows how to accept things. That's cold, right? That's a jerk thing to say. You don't just be cold to people because they're nice enough to handle it. Maybe I was too preoccupied about wondering where the hell I'm going. Maybe I should have asked her. Maybe I should have asked her where the hell is that parking lot that I came from. We could have helped each other. Oh well. I can just, I'll continue doing this. And let go of that interaction. I had started to get a lot more focused and a lot more calm. So let's get back on that track. I feel it coming back now. Just I won't worry about. Oh, here's the blue trail right here. Sheesh. Anyhow, back to being focused and tranquil. Here we are, walking and talking in a focused and tranquil manner. There's a slight element of humor going on, I believe. There's a slight, there's a mild, just a mild lightness, a mild flippancy that seems to be lightening the load a little bit. There's still the fact of me being kind of geographically lost, because I don't really recognize any of this. Now I seem to be on the blue trail. I'm on the blue trail and the white trail apparently. That lady looked really familiar. Oh yeah, I definitely was not here earlier. This is definitely a place I have not been today. And those ladies are definitely walking in the opposite direction from this creek. But they might run into it farther down. Externalities, you know? One little interaction happens and then it incites a whole cascade of thoughts. But that's fine. It's a relief for you. Maybe it isn't. Maybe it feels like the chaff. Maybe it's filler. We want this walking and talking to be all killer, no filler. I kind of can't believe I'm talking right now. It almost doesn't feel like I'm talking. It almost just feels like I'm inside a stream of thought. But I'm just continuing to like try and focus and like keep my gaze relatively consistently just like a few feet in front of me, and just walk at a fairly consistent pace, and then just hone in a little bit more on what's going on in here. This is kind of getting back to the earlier walking and talking episodes. This is what I was doing more of. Not all this like, it was more like durationally remaining in this hyper-focused state, more acutely analyzing my thoughts, and then somehow what emerged from that was like more elaborated ideas, apparently, which I'm not complaining about. But in this episode, this seems to be the solution to quell the anxiety and exasperation of life. At least for the duration of this video. I'm able, with it feels like a little bit of, it's more like just a balancing act now, or like driving down a road of just like keeping it kind of centered and not veering off to one direction or the other. But it's not like an enormous effort required to remain calm here. There's just a little bit of direction, just a little bit, nudging left and right, as if you're driving down the highway. But then this question comes to me, like, what is this life like? Is life just consist of like trying to stay calm? Is that the meaning of life? Try not to freak out too much? It might be. That might be. That might be. I don't know. You freak out. You have to freak out sometimes. You gotta freak out for a while so that you can then chill out. let's get back to talking for a bit. You know, there's only about 15 minutes left. Let's make the most of this time. Let's just continue feeling really chill, because why not? I'll keep saying some words, but not at a super rushed pace. I'll try to stay focused and observing myself talk. And I wonder if any novel thoughts are going to actually come up in this. You know, for all that exasperation, it did seem to generate some energy. And it certainly, from this perspective, has a belongingness. I think there still exists some states of desire here, but I feel able to exist with them without freaking out. With the knowledge that there is no immediate satisfaction of these desires, I feel able to just observe them, hopefully as just physiological states. Now, which way gets me out of here is the question. What's the best use of our last minutes together? I guess just continuing to feel really chill is fine, is good enough. Is it? Do I feel as profoundly chill as I possibly could? Now that's a question. Do I feel a profound resolution? Not exactly. Not profoundly. But I feel good enough to move forward. When am I not moving forward? Do I feel assured of the quality of this video? I'm not so sure. I'm pretty sure I'll keep making more though. Maybe this is one of those. Maybe this is one of the first walking talking episodes where like the that ends on an irresolute note. And it's a cliffhanger, so to speak. I mean, it's not ending in crisis, that's for sure. But it's not exactly. There's total gratification and contentment either. It seems to imply that the journey has to continue. And I've come out to some parking area, but it's not the one that I'm looking for. So I think I gotta figure out where I am and so I can get home. But back out to, pavement. And I'm like, for now, almost done with this examination. Being under the magnifying glass. So that's kind of a relief. Or, as I'm looking forward to being out from the magnifying glass. And then I can go and experience pleasure if I want. I mean, maybe I shouldn't. I probably shouldn't, to be honest. Probably shouldn't ever experience pleasure. I do not know where I'm going. I think this is the wrong way. I'm getting so lazy at the end of this. like just a video. I don't feel assured of its quality yet. It's something though. I'm going to have to maybe extend my faith. Extend my faith that, you know, this might be kind of a cliffhanger episode that doesn't experience full spiritual resolution, but I'll extend my faith that I'll experience that I will experience some spiritual resolution in the future. But, you know, every time I find myself talking about the future, I'm like, is that my mistake? To be thinking about things that way, and can I drop off of that and drift into this more timeless awareness again? I had some brief hints of that today. Really brief and not as strong as some other times, I suppose. But at least there's a thing that I'm oriented towards, a state that I feel oriented towards strengthening. I feel oriented towards existing more and more in a state that has no orientation per se. And I can also have faith that this does remain part of this recalibration process, and that the difficulty experienced in this episode is productive. And, you know, as I say that, I feel aware of the inadequacy of this dualistic mode of thinking. Is this where I go? Shit, I don't know, dog. This looks vaguely familiar. I wish I could like rewind the video and watch and figure out where I came from. That might just take longer than just searching. Well, I think this is about it. I would almost say I would go longer, but I won't make you or I go through that, at least this time. I really sincerely thank you for watching. I really mean it. And I know it's been difficult. And I'm really impressed by your willingness to go through this difficulty with me. And like, just for now, I just want to like tell you, like, I have some kind of faith that the meaning of all this will crop up at some point in the future, as long as we stick with it And so like that's my encouragement to you. And it goes for walking, talking, and life in general. So, you know, keep the faith. And I'll see you next time. All right, bye.